shots and 2 conversions. Uzbekistan, unfortunately, nothing in that encounter. We have UAE taking on Indonesia. Will be UAE kicking things off on the right side of your screen.
Good game.
Will be Shankar Bekuntu, the man out there in the middle. And here we go. Good high hanging kick straight to the middle of field. Not collected cleanly, but nevertheless, Indonesia has gathered position. Straight away, we'll be hoping to get out of jail now. Good offload coming in. Backward says the referee, so game continues. Now trying to burn him on the outside. She does get past the first tackle, but coming in sweeping. Very well done. Trying to use the short side, but not able to beat the defense. Good pressure. Rock time wins UAE the penalty. Taken quickly. Now with the prime position. Just shifting the ball across the field. And to sway past, and does so. It is. So it's UAE to open the scoring in this game. Sit ever so easily and untouched on the post try, Tanvir.
Definitely a wonderful display of attacking from the UAE. Going from that corner, optimizing from that space in the far side, the number 8 of UAE, right under the post. An easy conversion should have been taken, but unfortunately is missed. So the score will be 5 minutes to 0 for Indonesia. 1.5 minutes gone on the clock. It will be UAE's turn to kick things off once again. And this was the try that we just witnessed. Incredible support play that was. The basics hands. And again, once again, high hanging kick. No one there to receive it. The first defender misses the tackle. Indonesia still with ball in hand. Goes an offload to a corner, back inside. Hits the UAE player on the head, unfortunately. She has been brought to the ground, so the referee will stop the time just to have a little check on what exactly went wrong. Just went a bit too high in the attack, in the tackle. She's gotten up once again, so hopefully she will be alright. She's on her knees currently.
Hopefully it's nothing severe. But nevertheless, UAE scoring that first try quite easily. Let's see what went wrong exactly.
Yes, this was the incident, and from that inside offload, she just went a bit too high in that tackle, and she may have hit her nose pretty hard there on the Indonesian number 7's forehead. But she will be taken out to check on what's wrong, and a sub has been brought in. But nevertheless, the ball will be with Indonesia once again, as the play had been stopped with ball at hand for them. So it'll be a scrum down in their favour, but still not looking great in the danger zone inside their own yellow zone, I would say. But nevertheless, the free kick has been awarded for Indonesia. Quick tap has been taken, goes running directly for the hit, but tremendous tackle from the UAE player. Picks it up from the ruck and goes to the blind side, but is brought down once again right there. They will want to send the ball wide. Not gaining a few meters in the pass, just passing it backwards. No one running with the ball. Still taken backwards, the UAE defense blitzing forward, trying to hold up the attacking player, and they have done well to do so. They have
good defense coming in there. Tanvir not letting off the pressure, which has rightfully won them the position of the ball as well. So Indonesia straight away on the back foot. Some good rugby played by the women's team of the United Arab Emirates. And they'll have a scrum just inside the 22 meter of the opponent's half.
UAE will be happy with this outcome, having that opportunity to score once again. There's 3 minutes left in this first half. Inside their 22, but good defense from Indonesia. Unfortunately, it has been called outside, so UAE will be playing advantage from the penalty. And can they do it? Yes, they have, making it look easy. The player in the number 6 jersey for UAE goes over the line and adds 5 more points for their team.
Yes, that's Georgia Babu who has gone over. UAE not wasting any time. I think it's their urgency and conversion unsuccessful, but nevertheless 10 points to nothing against their opponents. They've shown a bit of urgency, which has actually not let the Indonesian defense settle. You can see that going straight through without any problems whatsoever. So it's important that Indonesia collects this kickoff. They were to do some sort of pressure and threat. And very well gathered in that instance, trying to make that first ruck and settle their nerves. It's the ball alive, but a wayward offload. Nevertheless, still having the position, but good defense yet again. Almost bore out, and it's line out, says the referee. So yet again, good defense coming in by UAE.
Yes, definitely the third kickoff from the UAE team, and this time it was collected cleanly, but unfortunately the UAE defense was great enough to put the Indonesian player to the outside. So it will be UAE's ball once again from the line out, but Indonesia does well to contest it and regain possession of the ball. Now attacking from their danger zone. They will be not happy with that, but nevertheless number 8 of UAE from the corner. UAE trying their best to put the player outside, but ruck has been formed, referee says, so release it. Indonesia once again in the attack. Not looking too good, but UAE once again regains possession of the ball, just inches away from the try line, but Indonesia do well.
Yes, UAE quick to pounce on the loose ball, but good counter ruck in there by Indonesia. Has just managed to hold on to their position as they are good. Not the ideal kick, but nevertheless, it's bought some meters and some breathing room for them. It's important that that defense regroups. So we say that cutting straight through is the number 4, stepping inside out, gives away an offload, but finds the hands of the try scorer, who drops it cold. So few mistakes here and there by UAE as well, but nevertheless, the clock has run out here on our end. I believe there's a few more seconds left here on the referee's clock.
Definitely, Janan. As we see UAE with the tremendous run, unfortunately for them, they have lost the ball, but still in the danger zone. Indonesia will not want them scoring points. It is the last few seconds of the first half. The scrum half of Indonesia just kicks the ball out to end the first half. So that will be half time here in Colombo. UAE lead by 10 points. Indonesia still not being able to cross the try line to add points into the board. They still have not made it to in a proper attacking position. They will want that in the second half coming up. As we see halftime confirmation, UAE 10 points to Indonesia not being able to score.
So now, so it's Indonesia, beg your pardon, the United Arab Emirates who's leading 10 points to nothing. So we have a quick look at the first half highlights. You can see the number 4 swim past the defense in that instance. Did quite brilliantly. The players from UAE did in defense and both attack, not team any sort of breathing space whatsoever. And up next we'll have Japan versus India in the women's pool D. And is number 1 at the board. That will be an exciting matchup. India women's team did show some exciting performances earlier today. If I'm not mistaken, they are unbeaten so far in the tournament today. So that will be quite the challenge for Japan as well. They are riding loads of momentum. Indonesia started this year.
UAE calculating from the kickoff and sending it out wide, looking promising. Tries to power to the corner but is brought down. Back. They're just sending it side, but it seems as it's working. UAE now breaking through from the middle, looking for support for that offload. Has space, numbers on side. From one has just to beat, and she does it. The number 10 on UAE gives it to the corner to her number 2, and she make it under the post. Yes, she does. The number 2 of and incredible work from close right next to their own try line, makes it all the way.
We seem to be some basic sevens rugby there. Tanvir, small loop in the just opened up the spaces and pattern, but nevertheless quite effective for them. Were to get some point on the board.
Definitely UAE doing well those principles of attack, using each perfectly, which is why they are leading the current game. Not high hanging kick, a contestable kick. Once again, no one to collect the ball at the first try, so UAE manage pick it up once again. They will be in the attacking position. Sends the ball, but has penalized UAE. Not exactly what for, but Indonesia this time will take quick tap, running straight into the defense of the UAE. Trying their best to play the ball, going for that pick and go option once again from the corner. Not relevantly what someone's about, but this time wide cross. Having that space on the outside, giving through the wing three in the corner. Indonesia just fighting. The UAE players. And a well contested ruck by the UAE will win them a penalty. Tremendous effort and work from this UAE team. Tap sends it to the middle, having those gaps open and just runs through it. The number one of UAE. Wonderful work. Hard work is paid off.
Just steps off his her left foot there. So the easier try she must have scored in her career so far, but nevertheless it's Abigail Ridout who has scored the try. That easy, this steps off left there. It's no mistake whatsoever. Sways past the defense, goes right underneath the post. So you dominant team and defense.
And the change of direction, the vision, the center of one. Abigail UAE did well. Another hike, a contestable kick, but this time
Just had to go under the post so easily.
Definitely did a wonderful performance from Honoka Tsutsumi, and wonderful kick-off as well. Makes it was a contestable kick, but no Japanese player seemed like they wanted to collect it.
Five, cutting back inside, trying to build some faces are the Indians. Good tackle coming in, brilliant stuff. It's a penalty in favor of Japan, holding on, says the referee. So I did mention Japan really easily, they have the ability to counter-attack and switch there and adapt. And good offload yet again. Straight away goes the number 13. Will go untouched over that whitewash. So it's another try for Japan. Saruna Konishi, who will go over for the third try for Japan. She will attempt the conversion as well. Makes no mistake, so it will be 19 points to nil. Just less than 90 seconds left on our clock. As we take a look at that replay, Japan switching roles ever so easily. Staying strong in that tackle, offloading it, having the presence of mind, and good finish by the try scorer. So good overall performance. And yet again a good contest. Unfortunately loses it forward, so advantage with the team in there. They boot the ball forward and nothing kick, but nevertheless now Japan with an opportunity right inside their opponent's 10-meter. Stepping her way through is the number 4. Fence off 2 defenders, gives their offload away, so yet another try coming in for the number 3 of Japan. That's Chaiki, who will go over for the other try. So 4 tries coming in this first half for Japan, making their counter-attacking abilities up for show here. Brilliant adaptation yet again by Japan. Very easy to switch the roles and find the gaps in the Indian defense. And the conversion is successful as well, so it's 26 points to nil. So you can see that good offload, good continuity, playing a good brand of rugby, the women's team of Japan.
Definitely, Janan, and the referee has stopped the time for a little bit. Looking for a ball to play. But as you said, Janan, Japan with a brilliant performance of rugby here in Colombo. It's mostly that defense that is outstanding, that manages them to regain the ball, and a wonderful kick-off. Once again, a contestable kick. India not collecting it cleanly, and they have knocked it forward. But will that be half-time confirmation? Yes, it will be half-time. Japan with a thumping lead of 26 points to India still not being able to score.
Yes, Japan not giving in the other room whatsoever. I think India might have had possession for just over a minute or two in that first half. So it's 26 points to nil as the first half is concluded.
And we're back. It's 26 points to nil here in Colombo, as Japan lead the two unbeaten teams here in Colombo. And here we have the highlights of the first half, the first try from Japan, in the courtesy of the team there. And this was the counter-attack that let them score the second try. The number 2 of Japan making her way right under the post.
It's have to admire the counter-attacking and overall playing by Japan. I think they have done quite well, have the speed, have the defensive capabilities, and the power running as well. Clearly outmatching India in all departments. And up next we'll have Malaysia taking on the Philippines. Here we go, moments away from kicking things off for the second half. They'll be leading in with 26 points.
Japan does it cleanly and goes for the switcheroo from the kickoff. And it does trick the Indian defense, but still in play. But has Japan has knocked it on first is the call from the referee. A wonderful tactic from the Japanese team from the kickoff. So India now this time will have a scrum in their favor. Just inches away from their 22. They will want to exit the ball and just move it towards the Japanese side to just reduce the pressure while attacking from their own red zone. So we shall see the decision that will be taken from this Indian team.
It's a vital scrum coming in for team in there. It's important that they score as soon as possible if they were to at least put some pressure back on Team Japan. As we say that, yet again good defense coming in by Japan. It's a penalty again against them, so Team India with another penalty in their favor will breathe a sigh of relief there. And they've opted for scrum, so we'll be hoping to build some paces and get that scoreboard ticking.
Definitely, and the Japan team just making a few unnecessary mistakes there. Referee says not supporting your body weight, and they have been penalized once again. India with the quick tap tries to go for the offer, but it has been a deliberate knock-on, so it will be a penalty advantage in the Indians' favor. And the Indian player spots the gap in the back and goes to boot. But Japan do well to collect, and now they are in the counter-attacking position. India does well with a tremendous tackle from the defense, the number 2 of India. But still, Japan has regained position of the ball. Can she make it all the way? Just one defender to beat. Has she done it? Yes, she has. Vanako of Japan. Vanako Kita of Japan scores the first try of this second half for her team. What a lead we have here in Colombo, Japan now with 31 points to India's 0.
I think what separates Team Japan from India is their ability to switch from defense into attack and vice versa. Again, you saw good tackle coming in, but they kept their cool and composure, kept the ball away to the play on the outside, and mismatch of pace in that instance as she goes over for another try. So Japan, good overall performance so far in this game. Team India just outmatched and outplayed at this point.
Definitely, and the adaptability of this Japanese team has been showed some promise. It had made 10 meters there, but unfortunately the ball had struck a Japanese player, so the referee will award India once again with that free kick at the center of the race course ground here in Colombo. But Japan would be very happy with such a dominating lead in their last game in day 1 here in Colombo, 31 points to 0. India will try to redeem themselves to at least score one try before the full-time confirmation whistle is blown. This time Japan going for that turnover, but unfortunately knocks the ball on, so India will be playing advantage from a knock-on. But the defense from the Japanese team is what is helping them, but unfortunately India knocks it on once again to Japan. This time in the counter-attack, cuts in. Quite the quick feet from this Japanese player, cutting through what seems to be almost the entire Indian team, and does well to do so. Still in the attacking position, Japan having numbers outside, having that space. Can our previous try scorer do it once again? Yes, she does. She makes it over the line. The number 8 of the Japanese team, Wakana Akita, does well to go over the line to just add to that lead. $36.20 here in Colombo. Goes that conversion but misses it. But nevertheless the lead is still a thumping one.
Just brilliant stuff yet again by Team Japan, forcing that knock on, capitalizing on the opportunities. Good phase in that instance, getting drawing all the defense straight away. Again the kick not traveling the 10 meters, so that's something they'll want to work on. A few fine tuning in this Japanese team, and they'll be a force to reckon with tomorrow.
Definitely did, and India did show some promise in the attacking position right before the Japanese team scored the try. But unfortunately it still wasn't enough to add points into the board. They will still try once again with the free kick. The quick tap from the center of the ground, courtesy of not making it 10 from the kickoff of the Japanese team. India still in the attack, looking a bit shaky. The line speed defense from the Japanese team, just too much for this Indian team. But still ball in play, loose play. India picks it up. Japan team doing well, trying to counter and regain possession of the ball. The number 4 of India spots the gap, attacks through it. They should work to the corners, they didn't. Something that India has lacked in this game so far is moving the ball from side to side, which should be compulsory in my opinion in a 7th tournament. But Japan once again taken the quick tap from the penalty, and the number 7 goes round the post. What a lead from this Japanese team. India coming into this game unbeaten in the group stages. Miyotani scores, and this time the conversion clears it cleanly. So Japan will lead this game 43-0. And as we see, that is where the quick tap was taken. 20-meter sprint for the try scorer of the Japanese team.
Sit again, making no mistake whatsoever. Good presence of mind to take the quick tap, and definitely made the opponents pay, as yet again this time around very well gathered there. Good presence of mind by the Japanese player. This time just loses the ball forward. So that's full time. Japan winning this game quite comprehensively. Outplayed India in all departments of the sport. 43 points here. Good overall performance. Good counter-attacking, defensive and offensive.
Definitely something will be very happy with this win. The unbeaten in this group as well. In day 1, India, of course, in second place in their group, but still will not be very happy with this loss. But they have the opportunity to redeem themselves tomorrow. And that is full-time confirmation here in the racecourse grounds in Colombo. Japan beat the Indian women's team with 43 points to nil. And as we see the highlights, India doing well in defense, but unfortunately the counter-attack from the Japanese team just was too much for them. As we can see, the first try of the second half. Well displayed effort from the Japanese. What a lead as well. Both teams coming into this game unbeaten. But Japan smashing in this game 43-0, as we saw both teams paying their respects today.
So the key stats Japan 7 tries, 4 conversions. Did quite brilliantly, showing why they are on top of the leaderboard. Number one on the points table. And the next game we'll have a change in voices. It'll be Nathan and Rishwan.
So up next in Group E in the women's fixture, we'll have Malaysia taking on Kazakhstan. So I welcome Abdullah Yusuf into the commentary box. A very good evening.
Yes, good evening, Nathan. It's Malaysia up against the Philippines. Can be a close encounter for these teams just making their way up the ladder in Asian rugby. Probably have to say Malaysian slight favorites in this game. Just waiting players to take the field. Picturesque racecourse grounds here. The weather has been kind to us, isn't it, Nathan, thus far? Last couple of days in the nights we've had some strong thunder showers, but today, so far, things are looking good as both teams take their place in the field.
Yes, certainly, Abdullah. We've been blessed with the good weather today, like you said. Past few days in Colombo, it's been some strong showers come around this time of the day, but thankfully barring a few slight drizzles here and there, the weather gods have been kind to us. Malaysia, like you said, probably the favorite coming into this game. They lost out narrowly both of their games, just a couple of scores in both of them, so they'll be really disheartened and they'll be hopeful of finally getting off the board in this tournament. And the rugby that they've been playing certainly shows
And this is their speedster. Will she be able to go around the defense? Eventually, Philippines just come. Malaysia, though, have done well to retain possession. Will they be able to the finishing thread? Unfortunately, just so that will be half time. Malaysia ahead 10 points to 5. An entertaining first half by both teams.
Filipino side that the game exactly how they would have wanted to. The first kickoff was dropped cold by Malaysia, but after that, when Malaysia slowly started growing into this game, they managed to get their possession, get their moves right, and take a 10 points to 5 cushion into halftime. So you have your halftime confirmation there as well. It's a scrum just inside
the Malaysian half now for the Philippines. One man to the good as well.
The ball squirted out of the scrum, so we'll have to repack. Looks like Malaysia making a substitution. 4 minutes or so to go. Still Philippines have a player advantage.
Yes, we're into our last round of matches as well, isn't it, Abdul? I'm sure there's plenty of tired legs on the park. They've been here from very early on in the day. There are some important matches coming up tomorrow as well, as another unforced error comes in from the Philippines, and now Malaysia have won the ball back, looking to run from inside their own half now. Here's that number 6 again. Looks like she's been a deceptive runner so far. Seems like no one wants to tackle her, and draws the penalty as well. Had rights to the ball there, but unfortunately went off her feet. The number 8 for the Philippines. And Malaysia, this will shave some precious seconds off the clock in that time that they're down to 6. And setting up to take that quick tap. This time though, the Jacqueline work is good from the Philippines, and they've won the ball back, and here's the ball popped up for the number 1. Working it now from right to left, and spots the gap, does the number 13, but chased down well there by the retreating Malaysian player, but it's the Philippines now playing inside the 22. Needs support to arrive. Takes a bit too long for her liking, but here's the Philippines now looking to level things. And the number 11 dives over, and that will be the equalizer for the Philippines. So eventually, after missing out on a couple of opportunities, they do capitalize on that numbers advantage, and they make it 10 apiece with the conversion to come.
Yes, well, Philippines deciding once again to take the direct route. Not playing with too much of width. Showing a lot of patience, running straight, getting over the gain line. Patricia Mandan with the score. So Philippines playing to their strength and managing to equalize. And we have a look at that once again. Some good desperate cover defense. Doing well to stay on their feet, offloading. Ruck after ruck. Ball coming out again along the fringes. Fortunately, Malaysia just not covering the areas. It's 12 points to 10 in favor of the Philippines. So yet one score in it, and we're just approaching the final minute or so of this game. Malaysia, rather Philippines, deciding to switch sides, but that was a poor kickoff. So we come for a free kick at centre field. Let's see the anxious Filipino bench. The game is going to go right down to the wire. Will Malaysia be able to make this counter? And unfortunately, they've knocked the ball on. And to make matters worse, following player has picked it up from an offside position. And Philippines have opted a scrum. I think it's a bit of confusion in the Philippine ranks. Had already asked for a scrum, but the players seem to want to go to touch. But the referee very correctly said the call has already been made.
Yes, but the scrum is the right option, isn't it, Abdul? Especially this late into the game, and in a game that's as close as this, helps shave precious seconds off the clock and puts it into touch. Thus the Philippines and referee blows for full time. So the Philippines have managed to nick this one right at the death. Win it by just the solitary conversion. 12 points to 10 it finishes. And they get on the board for the first time in this tournament. But it's been a hard-fought game and probably one of the close-up games that we've seen so far today. Commiserations though to Malaysia. They played well. Ran all three of their opponents mighty close, but unfortunately came up just a bit short in all three of them. Your full-time confirmation then, 12 points to 10 in favor of the Philippines.
So these are the highlights. This was the game-winning score by Philippines. Just kept on attacking along the fringes and eventually the Malaysian defense wilted. These are your key stats. 2 tries each. Eventually it was just that final conversion that made the difference. And as a result, the Philippines not up their first victory of the tournament. So coming up next is another crucial encounter, probably to decide who will top this group between China and Kazakhstan. China being a real dominant force in women's sevens rugby will go into this game as clear favorites, but don't want to count out the Kazakhstan ladies. They have been a force in Asian women's rugby for a while.
Yes, you have your team cards on the screen. China take on Kazakhstan, and yes, China trying to make themselves one of the forces to be reckoned with in the Asian rugby circuit. They did well up on their home turf. The ladies and the gents both finishing amongst the top 4 sides, but I'm sure both sets of players will be hoping to try and go one better here, potentially try and make the finals or even go all the way and win it for the Chinese. But I'm sure this Kazakhstan outfit will have something to say about that. Certainly a very physical outfit.
From Japan, she will control this game. Yes, it's really interesting to see how he has announced. They have been member of the world circuit as well. So a very professional, competent outfit. Kazakhstan will probably try and look to outmuscle this Chinese outfit. I think they have the pace out wide to counter what China can throw at them. As game has commenced, it's China who will look to launch the first attack. A lovely bit of passing, wonderful footwork. Fortunately, knocking the ball down at the moment. So it will be a scrum. As you can see, a slight drizzle prevalent here at the race course. So ball handling is not going to be in good conditions. It's going to be tough. So players' skill and resolve will be tested. Kazakhstan with the feed. The number 7 taking the ball up. Stays on his feet. Stays on her feet until the support arrives. Again, Kazakhstan just going to take the direct route, running straight in. Unfortunately, knocking the ball on. So position has been turned over to see what China will do. Will they try to go and play with a bit of width? Yes, that does seem to be the tactic. But Kazakhstan's defense are holding strong. China switching, wonderful bit of footwork. It's the number 76, interestingly. Kazakhstan penalized very early, staying on your feet. Interesting numbers on these Chinese girls' jerseys, isn't it? 36.
It's not what we're typically used. Abdallah. Perhaps a bit of superstition as well. Players tend to buzz. But we need to know the reasoning behind all the number their jerseys.
The China feed. Changing directions. Running a bit laterally. China trying to outflank, but some good defense by Kazakhstan. Really running lateral, nothing on there. Expect to be better from this Chinese feed. Needed to straighten out. So now Kazakhstan will try to win this line out and get the attack rolling. Go to number 1, but well read by China. Kazakhstan though have done well to retain possession. The dummy has been thrown, but good cover defense by China. Kazakhstan retained, unfortunately knocked on. So conditions are a bit tough. You can understand that there is a drill that is coming down here at the race course. The ball is going to be wet. Players will need to be aware of that. They may not be able to stand as wide as they would like. They need to probably reduce the distance between the pass and the ball receiver. And China with a break. 2-on-1, unfortunately, not finding its mark. China have managed to retain possession. Slow ball though. And that lovely supporting line as well. Brilliant by China.
Yes, it looks like it is Abdullah. Defensive play from, but I thought there was some lovely supporting lines run by Chinese. But it's China now with a 5-meter scrum coming their way. So all hope is not lost for the Chinese. They have a scrum on the 5-meter mark. Gets it out now. Looking to use some with China, but Kazakhstan line rushing on in defense. And some big hits coming in from them as well. China will be made to go again. They've been pushed wide, but this time looks like she'll have enough on her. No opts for that inside this minute. That's another opportunity that has been squandered by China as Kazakhstan come away with possession once again.
Brilliant defensive work by Kazakhstan. Seemed that China by all means was going to go over for their first strike, but some desperate defense forcing China to make some rash passes, and as a result Kazakhstan have done well to turn position and they've cleared their lines. So this is a really plucky effort by the Kazakhstan lasses. 0-0 yet. No easy feat as this very strong Chinese outfit. Approaching the final few seconds of this half.
Yes, we mentioned brief before kickoff as well. Didn't we? This Kazakhstan outfit will bring the physicality, and that's exactly what they've done. And the conditions you feel would have favored them a bit as well. The wet and underfoot conditions always tend to favor the more physical sides. This time ball's been on, and it will be another scrum in favor of China. Just 30 seconds on the clock. 0-all. We haven't seen a scoreless game so far in this series on day one.
Or even a scoreless half for that matter, Nathan. So very well could be the case, as probably we are looking at the final play of this first half. China the feed. So break on the open side. China this time deciding to go to the boot, but penalized for being offside. So an opportunity here for the Kazakhs to have the final say in this first half. Interesting to see the op they will take. We do know Kazakhstan likes set pieces. Looks like they're going to go for the short tap. Taken the short tap and they've hacked it down the field. That's a good retrieve by China's number 69. Wonderful drop pass, and have China found the space, just a sweeper to beat. A wonderful bit of footwork by number 6, inside out, completely foxing the Kazakhstan number 2 to go over for China's as well as this game's first try, right on the stroke of halftime. China have got their first try.
Yes, I don't think that kick into space was the best option from Kazakhstan. These Chinese ladies love the open spaces that they can run into, and Zihan Liu gets her third score of the day in what has been a tight game so far. An all-important score in this one. Conversion goes begging, but it's China with their noses in front. It's 5 points to nothing at Levens. Conditions slowly but surely coming into the picture as you have your halftime confirmation there. China solitary first half. We'll come back to the race course in this women OP clash between China and Kazakhstan. Take the first half highlight. After Kazakhstan put a free kick into some open space, picked up by the China, and then length of it to shot down right on the stroke of lemon. But apart from that, it was some stoic defensive effort from Kazakhstan. So we take a look at our next fixture in women's group F. Sri Lanka take on Singapore. Both sides winless so far in this tournament. Both will be looking to close out their day one proceedings on a high.
So it's China who restart, and Kazakhstan unfortunately have knocked on. I think players just need to be a bit more aware of the conditions now. Be a bit more cautious when taking possession of the ball. They cannot take it for granted like they would if conditions are dry. Need to be a bit more tuned in. So China with an opportunity to get the first score of this second half, and looks like number 9 identifies the gap and goes right under the post. The Kazakhstan defense, non-existent, you'd have to say. Just the start, China would finish the first half strong and started the second half well. Yu Tongchen, a second try of this Asian 7 series second leg. Just have to wonder where Kazakhstan defense was. Lapse of concentration.
Yes, and isn't it, Abdullah? Caught napping on that occasion, straight after the break.
Really disappointing. Can try just for half time. But they need to have put that behind them and move a lot more rugby to be played. Kazakhstan now taking the ball. Going off the feet is the call, so penalty in favor of Kazakhstan. Quick tap taken. Lovely dummy by the scrum half. Getting the ball out to the wing 3/4, but the Chinese defense has moved across. Well, Kazakhstan do really well to hold on. Again, Kazakhstan deciding to take the direct route. It's probably where they feel comfortable, not having
Here we go. Good restart, very well gathered by Singapore. Lanka straight away coming up in defence. Singapore just start passing the ball straight away to the gaps. Space on the outside. Good cover tackle coming in. Some space there yet again on the outside. Win the ball back inside is Singapore. Trying to find some space. Good tackle so far. Good defensive shape by Sri Lanka. Overlap in the corner. Stukat back inside. Good defense yet again. Keeping the Singaporean attack at bay. As now the number 12 of Singapore spots the gap in the middle. Breaks past the first line of defense. Charlie Linigay won't catch her as Singapore will draw first blood in this encounter.
It will be Jane Chang Yi to score that try for Singapore. An unfortunate mistake for the Sri Lankan team. They just didn't align there in the defense, where the center just overshot to break that line defense. And it was the number 12 of the Singaporean team spotting that gap and attacking that precisely to score under the post and making it easy for the kick taker to convert. So Singapore will be leading in this game 7-0. And there we see the number 12 running through that gap to just make her way with ease right under the post. So Singapore once again will, for the first time in this game, will be restarting proceedings with the kickoff.
So it was Jane Chang Jingyi who scored the try. Good restart collected by Sri Lanka. Unable to gather the ball in the first attempt, but nevertheless Sri Lanka still managing to keep possession. Only number 13 to break past the defense. Nevertheless, Sri Lanka with the second phase ball taken, not the best pass coming in. It's the Dew which has caused the ball to be a bit slippery. Nevertheless, Singapore now with possession. Good jackal work there.
Definitive and cleanly taken from that turnover to receive a penalty in their favour. Sri Lanka will be happy with that outcome, so there will be a penalty and they have avoided a scrum. But let's talk about Santika Hemakumari, that wonderful hit there, but unfortunately from the efforts from her teammates, they had just fumbled the ball. But with a get out of jail card now, they have been avoided a scrum penalty which had been transferred into a scrum. Attacking now in a pressurized zone, attacking from their red zone. They will want to get out of here. So let's see what they do. The scrum half gives it to her fly to the center. Chandrika once again with the dominating hit, taking two defenders down with her. The scrum half not deciding which side to go from, but goes up to the blind side, and there we see a tremendous run from the corner. Can she make it all the way? The number 2 of Sri Lanka, Sanjeevani Vijaytilaka, no one to beat. And there she goes, right over the try line, adding the first points in this game for the home team.
It's a brilliant counter-attacking in that instance, pouncing on that loose ball. Made a very good attempt, good pace, good finish by Sri Lanka. Sanjeevani Vijaytilaka in that instance going over the first try for Sri Lanka. So important conversion coming up as well. It's Charan Linage who's making the attempt unsuccessful in that instance.
And the conversion was missed by Sri Lanka, so Singapore will lead by 2 points. And here we have the replay of that try. It was a team effort that just made it easy for the try scorer to go over the line and score the first try for the home team in this leg here in Colombo. So Sri Lanka this time with the kick-off. A contestable kick, and it had been fumbled by the Singaporean player, so Sri Lanka will be playing with a knock-on advantage. Gives it to her fly to the center. They will want to work it wide. But the rush defense from the Singaporean team shows a bit of dominance, and here we have the try scorer beating one defender and getting a couple of meters, sending it back to the line. They will want to work the balls from side to side, but unfortunately, a well tackle from the Singaporean defender makes a Sri Lankan player fumble the ball to Singapore, now playing advantage with a knock on in favour for them. Sending it to the corner to the number 6 with 2 defenders to beat. She tries to keep the ball in play and she does so. Singapore spotting that space in the outside. They will want to work it to the corner.
It's a good continuity by Singapore in that instance. Good face build up so far. They've definitely tried to get some points as she loses it forward. So Sri Lanka has gotten the ball back. It's important that they just keep it, and offside penalty against Singapore. Sri Lanka now the penalty. They've managed this first half quite well, even though they're down by 2 points. Now they've opted for the scrum as well.
This will be the second penalty Sri Lanka has gotten in their favour, and the first one as well, they had opted for a scrum as well as the second one. And again, the score margin here is just 2 points and just 30 seconds remaining in the first half. Both teams still not being able to win the game. Here, but there is Sri Lanka in possession of the ball. Number 7, Lianagi puts the ball in for the scrum. And we see the attack line. Sri Lanka is managed close by us with the rain conditions. So wet ball did well to that, and number 8 of Sri Lanka runs through the corner, but is finally taken down by the Singapore defense, and this time setting up wide. But the Singapore number 7 reads that attack cleanly and rushes through the defense line. Will it be a penalty? Yes, it will be. Holding on is the call. So Singapore now will be playing with a penalty. Taken the quick tap. Will try her best to run across. Can she do it all by herself? No, she cannot. The Sri Lanka defense has picked it up once again.
Yes.
Just setting up the defense line. They should attack at a straight line and not open gaps in the defense. Singapore now still in the attacking position, showing some promise. Can they add a little bit more points before the halftime whistle is blown? The number 10 of Singapore, can she do it? Yes, she does. She makes her way over the line and scores the second try for her team. Ong Peng Yi.
Just a beautiful drawn pass. Peng Yi just had to dive over for the try. So Singapore played good overall rugby in that first half. Managed the game quite well. So that'll be 12 points to 5 heading into Lemons. Singapore not in the best form as well. Ball being a bit slippery, made a few handling errors, but nevertheless have trade well for that 12 points and the 7-point buffer they have between them and their opponent.
Just a little short there in the conversion as well, then. Unfortunately for the Singaporean team, wanted to add just 2 more points into the score. But nevertheless, Singapore will lead this game with 12 points to Sri Lanka's 5 points. And that is the halftime confirmation.
And we're back. So it's Singapore leading this encounter against Sri Lanka. As we take a look at the highlights from that first half. There's the 12 of Singapore going over. Some good pace in her ranks. Again, so Sri Lanka going over. Beautiful continue to play. Attempt that try. Something they should work on as well.
Singapore lead points will then face Thailand in this game, and it will be the final game for both teams as well here in Colombo of day one. And you have the shot of him restarting in the second half, going for a deep kick this time. Sri Lanka collecting it cleanly. The number 13, the heavy hitter of Sri Lanka, does well to counter that ruck, but Sri Lanka still in possession of the ball. But the defense from Singaporean again dominating in defense, as we see all 6 players just line speeding the game and pushing the Sri Lanka attack back, doing very well to do so, but referee says the tackler not releasing. So quick tap has been taken from Sri Lankan player, looking for support now, but the offload was not the best ones. And Singapore does well to turn over the ball now. Singapore back in the attack, adapting in the situation, having space in the corner. Can the number 2 of the Singaporean team do it? Yes, she has. She has made all line to score the try for her home for the visiting team. Here, it's Sipe Yulil who scores the third try for the Singaporean team.
Going over that try. I did find out that there was ample of space in the lateral parts of the ground. Made the full use of it. Sri Lanka again letting themselves down. Just not trying to get out of their red zone. Trying to run from their own half. Just costed them yet another try. Kudos to Singapore for keeping and having a good presence of mind. As you can see, identified she had ample of space there on the far right corner. Just ran laterally straight over the whitewash. So Singapore now with a commendable lead of 12 points.
Definitely, and in someone's game, it's mostly about adapting the quickness of change of rugby from the attack to the defensive position. And this time Sri Lanka, the number 30, not collecting the ball cleanly from the kickoff. So the referee will bring it back to the knock-on. So it will be a scrum down in the favour of the Singaporean team. And as we can see in this entire game so far, the Singaporean team seems to be the more dominating team in this game, capitalizing from the mistakes made by the Sri Lankan team. Unfortunately, quite a few fumbles from this home team here. They will be a bit disappointed of the outcome, losing the previous 2 games as well. This will be the last game for each teams in this segment in day 1. Both teams losing both games, so Singapore will be happy if they could be the victorious team here so far. And having space in the outside, Singapore works it out from the scrum, fumbles it but still keeps the ball in position and in the game from one corner to the other. Referee says the ruck has been made and tells Chandika to release it, but Singapore this time taken the quick tap, trying to make something from it. Referee says release the ball once again. Singapore still in the attack, making their way inside the 22 of the Sri Lankans, but good tackle from the Sri Lankan forward. Referee says it will be a small high tackle, so penalty advantage in the Singaporeans' favour, but nevertheless they have made it over the line once again. Referee will have a word with the TMO as well from that high tackle, just to check for sure if it really was one.
Serious foul play back in track.
Let's see what they're looking for exactly. straight away above the shoulders, so definitely meets that yellow card threshold in my opinion. Tanvir, see what the TMO decides.
Definitely, as we can see, the Singaporean player does not even crouch.
No. It's a try, and that one is not a yellow card, so we play with the restart. Yeah.
Yes, and as we heard the confirmation from the referee, it will be confirmed as a try, and that tackle will not be yellow card worthy. But she was playing penalty advantage, so she was penalized, but it will not be a yellow card. But nevertheless, Singapore now leading in this game, 22 points, and Sri Lanka still just scoring one try for the day and for this game as well.
So the conversion attempt not successful, but nevertheless 22 points to 5. Just little under 3 minutes left on the clock as well. Let's have a look at the replay again.
That was the tackle that was just checked by the referee. And Singapore once again with the kickoff, this time kicking to the opposite direction. Chandika this time running through the Singaporean defense, and tremendous effort from her, beating 3 defenders. She has support from the outside, but can she make it all the way? Yes, she does. Her teammate just telling her to make it her way over the post to make it easy to add those 2 points as well. But nevertheless, Sri Lanka now 10 points to 22.
So Sandika Hemakumar will go over the second try for Sri Lanka. Good acceleration and finish there by her. Did brilliantly this time around with the collection of the kickoff as well. But again, conversion not successful, so scoreline will remain 22 points to 10. As you can see from her, straight away gathered the ball from the kickoff, fence off, good power run and good fend off, good put the afterburners on and went over for the try. Brilliant stuff by her in that instance.
Definitely, Denman, and the way she broke through the defense line from the Singaporean team, tremendous run from her. And we have the kickoff from the Sri Lankans, and they have fumbled it, unfortunately, the Singaporean team. So it will be a knock-on in favour of the Sri Lankans. As we can see, time is short in their favour, so they will want to move proceedings as fast as they can. Singapore leading by 12 points. Less than a minute remaining. And as we can see, Singapore making a few substitutions in their forwards. The number 2 and the number 3 will be making their way out, and the end of the day 1 segment here in Colombo.
Time not in the favour of Sri Lanka if they were to chase this game down. But they've played better rugby in this game comparatively to how the games have proceeded in the past. But nevertheless, Singapore good. They played well. They've outplayed Sri Lanka in every department so far. Just a matter of finishing this game and seeing it through. Sri Lanka now with the final opportunity, the 9 moments of this game. Moves the ball straight away to the left corner. Tries to be the defender, but good tackle brings her down.
A wonderful set piece move by the Sri Lankans. The referee had told the player to release the ball, but unfortunately she does not, so Sri Lankans will be penalised. Singapore once again in the attack. Just a few seconds more remaining in this game. Can they go one more time to score more points into the board? Sri Lanka will be penalised once again. Not supporting the body weight is the call, diving in the ruck. So Singapore again a quick tap in the midway of this ground, but fumbles the ball a couple of times, not being able to complete their passes. But still the game has already been won by the Singaporeans. Still wanting to add more points onto the board before the final whistle is blown. Running from the corner on the Singaporean team, sending it wide to the next corner now, but still Manages to run by herself. The big Singaporean player does well to do so. A high tackle this time. So the third consecutive penalty from the Sri Lankans. Offside advantage. Singapore still in it in the attacking position, but a well contested ruck by the Sri Lankans, but referee says the player had come from the side. And has she knocked the ball on from the tap? Yes, she had. So that will be the full-time whistle. The Singapore team winning their first game here at the day one segment. And unfortunately for the home team, it's 3-4-3. Not being able to at least concede one victory. They will be not happy with this outcome, but the Singaporean team, hats off to them, winning this game and the first game in the day one segment as well.
Yes, Singapore did quite brilliantly in that match. Good game management overall. 22 points to 10 is the final score confirmation. Played brilliantly in the end. Sri Lanka showed a glimpse of hope, but nevertheless time was not in their favour. With too many mistakes from their end has costed them this game. As you can see, let's have a quick look at the highlights from that second half. Singapore identifying the spaces in the corners, maneuvering the ball very well, keeping the game alive. As you can see yet again, good continuity of play has won this game for them. Some individual brilliance for Sri Lanka as well. Up next, we'll have Hong Kong, China versus Thailand. It'll be definitely a contest to watch out for. So they take the field now. Can expect a tight encounter, fair contest, and definitely some brilliant rugby will be played. So it will be Tetsuya who will be the match official for today in this game. So it will be Hong Kong, China to kick things off from the left side, right side of your screen. Thailand will be the left. Here we go. Good high hanging restart. Didn't travel the 10 meters, so it will be a free kick straight away for Thailand, as they waste no time whatsoever, not letting the Hong Kong defense settle. Good looping pass, not finding the hand, but as it rolls away to the touchline, it will be a line out now. Seems that
definitely didn't, but as we have seen the previous games here at day one as well, most teams unable, going for that contestable high hanging kick right next to the 10 meter. But unfortunately, not making that 10 meters is what has cost them for the opposition team to receive a free kick in their favour from the centre of the ground. Now Hong Kong, China showing some promise in the attack, making their way to the corner, and the big number 4 from the Hong Kong, China team makes her way through and offloads it to her respective number 3. Does well in the count, in the rucking as well. Sends it to the centre of the ground, the number 11 from Hong Kong, China. Goes for that pass. It seems like a deliberate knock-on, but referee says otherwise. Still in the attack, Hong Kong, China showing promise. Going from the corner. Offloads it back in. Playing from corner to corner. Hong Kong, China dominating in the attacking position. Spotting that gap in the middle. Can she run through it? Unfortunately, she has knocked it on. Tremendous defense from the Thailand team. Playing advantage from the knock-on. A high tackle this time from the Hong Kong, China team. So the Thailand team has to decide what to do from here. Will it be a quick tap in their favour? or will they call for a scrum or kick to touch?
Seems like there's a few injury concerns, but good defensive efforts by Thailand. I thought Hong Kong China did quite brilliantly to build so many faces and find the gaps in the far corners, but nevertheless some good desperate defense coming in by Thailand has kept this game alive for them. So time spin turn back on. They'll be opting for a scrum down, as Thailand will now feed in for the first crime of the game.
Thailand showing promise in the first few stages of this game. Hong Kong China will be the favourites in this game as well, but Thailand doing their utmost best to reciprocate it. This time Thailand picked it up from the ruck, gains a few meters and passes the ball out, and having space on the outside, shouldn't have cut it on in. Having an extra number on the outside as well, the big number 4 of Hong Kong China going for that turnover, and she does well to do so, gaining a penalty on for her team. Still now Hong Kong China in the attack. Just one defender to beat, a wonderful offload in support play for Hong Kong China. The number 4 to the number 5. Spotting that gap right next to the fringe of the ruck. The number 2 picks it up. But can Thailand turn the ball over? No, they cannot. No body weight is supported. So Hong Kong China, can they make their way over the line? No, they cannot. Well held up work from the Thailand team. So referee will want to check on it if there was grounding from the TMO.
It's brilliant defensive work by Thailand. Hong Kong China came so close yet couldn't finish it off.
Sorry?
So it will have, it's not, there was no clear grounding, so the try has not been awarded, but they still were playing with penalty advantage as the Thailand team was offside, and they've opted for a scrum. Scrum after taking it cleanly to her number 4 once again, beating one defender, and a tremendous offload to her teammate, but a well tackle, dominating, thundering tackle from the number 6 of the Thailand team. Yoda does well to make the Hong Kong China team player drop the ball, and it is rainy conditions here in Colombo, and as you can see from your screen, the weather gods not being great to us here in Colombo, but nevertheless a scrum in the favour of the Thailand team, playing in their red zone, going for that kick, a cross kick, gaining a few meters, making its way right to the middle of the field. Hong Kong China goes to collection, but had fumbled it, and yes, it would be a knock-on. The Thailand team will be very happy with that. They will have a scrum in their favour at the centre of the ground.
Thailand trying to kick themselves out of jail there. Did brilliantly, and for their favour, the sweeper for Hong Kong China knocks the ball forward. So you did mention Tanvir having a bit of slippery conditions here, as we've had a bit of rain, but nevertheless the number 8 of Thailand has slipped through the defence, gives the beautiful offload, and it will be the first try coming in for Thailand. It's the number 1 who will go over the first try. They've been patient. Thailand held their nerve, had the composure to capitalize on the mistakes by Hong Kong China. As soon as they found the gap, slipped through the defense and straight away got the points on the board. And this time around, conversion unsuccessful, but nevertheless Thailand 5 points to nil against a much more favoured Hong Kong China team. As you can see, good continuity, brilliant finish. Just over a minute left on the clock as well. Thailand stayed patiently, waited for the opportunity to pounce on. As soon as Hong Kong China made a mistake, they capitalized on it. Good deep kick coming in, very well gathered in that instance by a player, but nevertheless, just less than a minute left here on the clock as well. They'll be hoping to even things out here. Yet again, a bundle into touch, so good defense coming in by Thailand. You can see the grit and passion there by the defender for Thailand. He seems to be pumped up, as he should be. 5 points up on the board. Will be a line out.
Thailand doing well to maintain the momentum from that trial, and as we see a changed atmosphere from this Thailand team, doing well in the attacking and defense position. Hong Kong China trying their best, and a well made tackle to push the player out of touch. And will that be half time? Yes, it will. Thailand leading this game by 5 points to nil. That will be the first half score here in Colombo, and as well it will be the last game for both these teams for the day here at the Racecourse Grounds. And this is halftime confirmation. Hong Kong China still 0, trying their best, and Thailand leading by 5 points.
Back as Thailand leads this game 5 points to nil. So you take a look at the first half highlights. As you can see, not much to show other than that brilliant try there by the center and wing recorder for Thailand. Good combination. And next we'll have South Korea taking on Philippines in the men's pool A fixture. So an important second half coming up next. Thailand slender lead of 5 points in these underfoot conditions here at Colombo. Deep kick coming in there by Thailand. Lets the ball bounce. Takes it all the way inside the 5 meter. To the big number 4 who slips past the first defender, fence off. The final defend then will be the straight sprint. As you can see, taking big strides, that number 4. Brilliant run there. Good power shown in that instance. Will be Julia who will go over for that try. Brilliant individual performance.
Wonderful run from the number 4 of Hong Kong China, Julia, doing well. She has had a tremendous game so far against Thailand.
As you can see, Fends off the first one, fends off the second, puts on the afterburners and straight she goes over the whitewash. Taking big strides in, long tired legs. Nevertheless, she saw it all the way through. So Hong Kong China, they're back at it. It's even Steven as Thailand gathers that kickoff. And now they've opted for the boot. The best of kicks will trickle over just inside the opponent's half for a line out in favor of Thailand now.
Yes, and as we saw our previous try scorer, she has been substituted out. I hope not for a leg injury, as she had a tremendous game so far, but her time has come to an end. But nevertheless, the score is tied and there is still 5 minutes remaining in this game, so it is anyone's game here in Colombo. Hong Kong China pouncing in that attack using the width of the grounds tremendously, spotting that gap out, goes to that offload but not collected cleanly. Has it been knocked on forward? Yes, it has. So Thailand will be once again very happy with that outcome, and they will have a scrum in their favour, but an injury has been spotted, so the referee will stop the time.
Some unforced errors coming in there by Hong Kong China, not helping themselves. Tried to pull off a really good smart loop around there, trying to build that extra man advantage. Just not able to hold on to the position of the ball. So it will be a scrum down now in favor of Thailand. Just over 4.5 minutes left. So
Okay.
anyone's game as for now.
Definitely there are both teams. Kudos to both teams playing tremendously here in the racecourse grounds at Colombo. Thailand playing valiantly, and as they feed the ball in, they will be in the attacking position once again here at the halfway mark of the ground, spotting that space outside but cuts back in, beats one defender, tries to take the second but not done cleanly, goes to the offload, but referee has spotted that offside, so Thailand once again will be playing with a penalty advantage in their favour, having space on the outside. Can the number 2 of Thailand make her way over the line once again? And yes, she does it. Thailand, a tremendous work from the number 2, Ruxina. Does well to score the second try and regain the lead. And as you can see, this is the 4th try she has scored in this leg of day 1. Tremendous effort from the number 2 of the Thailand team.
Yes, Thailand did very well, wasting no time whatsoever. Straight away to the quick tap, spotted the gap in the corner, moved the ball straight away to the spaces, and the number 2 finished it off brilliantly for her team. As you can see, good hands, good finish, and Thailand yet again bouncing back on ample time. Important restart coming in. Good collection by Hong Kong China. Now spot our brother here, trailing by 5 points. Formed very deeply in their own half, trying to keep the ball alive. Good defense coming in yet again by Thailand. Good counter-attacking has pushed the ball back, forcing Hong Kong China for the boot, as the ball has finally been regathered by the Thailand sweeper. Hong Kong has already made their way through. Good defense, wasting no time whatsoever. Overlap in the corner, straight away. Good eye there, as the number 15 will look to burn the final sweeper. Good cover defense coming in by the number 12 of Hong Kong China, and it'll be a penalty as well. So brilliant defensive effort by Sabay Linnam. You can see the number 10 of Thailand. She's gassed by a long day of work here.
Additional, please.
their final match for the day.
Change.
It was a wonderful run from the Thailand player, the number 10 of Thailand, Narathip Manisai, doing well, but the number 12 of Hong Kong, China, Sabe, doing well in that defensive position. So not just stop that try, but also gain a penalty for her team. So it will be a penalty for the Hong Kong China side right on their 22-meter line. Not sure exactly what they will opt for. Will it be a scrum, or will they take the tap and run? Just 1 minute and 40 seconds, and they have gone for the scrum option. Still, just a margin of 5 points. That's all they need to tie the game.
It's an important passage of play now for Hong Kong China. Just under 90 seconds left on the clock as well. Important scrum. So they go for the big hit straight to the midfield. We'll have the overlap in the corner. Just a matter of drawing and passing. As the number 12 tries to burn her opponent on the outside corner. Good defense coming in by Thailand. Good counter-attacking as well, as they have turned over position. So Thailand managed to get the ball back, and now they have found some spaces in the corner as well, but couldn't gather the ball first round. But nevertheless, here we go, sniping through the defense. That's the number 2, and she will now go over for another try and will seal the game for Thailand. So brilliant stuff by Ruxina, her second try for the game as well. Good presence of mind to cut back inside and see it through. Put on the afterburners, and she's gone over for the third try for Thailand. Second in this game, fifth in the leg as well.
Tremendous effort from the number 2 of Thailand. 15 points to 5 and just 15 seconds remaining. A wonderful game of rugby here, it is the last women's game of day 1. And what a way to end it, Denon. Look at the atmosphere, the face from that play, the determination to go over the line and score the final try of this game. What a way to end it for her country.
So, the grit on her face showed it all. How desperate she was for finishing it through for her country. 17 points to 5. Thailand has played really well for those 17 points as a team. They've not showed any sign of selfishness. Have won this game together as a team, and Hong Kong China now trying to find some consolation points. Takes it quickly. Another wayward pass. The best of options, but nevertheless still has the position. Now trying to maneuver the ball to the spaces. Good tackle coming in that instance by the number 5 of Thailand. These dying moments of the game. Again, good offload. Stayed on her feet, beats the first tackler, but makes no mistake in that instance. It's another penalty against Thailand. Taken quickly. Space on the outside, but not gathering the ball in the first try. So Thailand has now yet again turned over position. Brilliant stuff yet again by them. Now counter-attacking. Have the numbers advantage, but she will. Brilliant offload coming in, but couldn't just find the hand. And could be yet again another penalty. Drawing that advantage as well. Keep the Hong Kong player. So everything is happening here in the dying moments of this game. Again, penalty after penalty, this time in favor of Thailand.
Quite the conditions of rugby here, Janan. The time has been brought to an end as well, but both teams fighting valiantly. Hong Kong China just trying to score, but that will be the full-time whistle. Thailand just taking that tap and kicking the ball outside the ground to end this game. So Thailand will win the final women's encounter here in Colombo for day 1. And this will be the full-time confirmation. Thailand winning the game with 17 points to Hong Kong China's single try with 5 points. As we see both teams ball in, this is the highlights of the previous game. The only try from the Hong Kong China, a wonderful 100-yard sprint from the number 4 of Hong Kong China, doing her utmost best to score that try and then makes her way outside the ground. And this was the first try for the number 2 player. Tremendous run. What a way. And this was her second try right after as well. The grit and emotion from her face shows it all on how much it means to them. And that will be the game.
Thank you, Tanvir. We have the men's final round of day number 1 happening here at the racecourse as moments away from kickoff. It's South Korea who kick things off. As now once again spreading that ball out wide. South Korea really look to try and upset the Philippines, who did beat Malaysia quite comprehensively earlier in the evening. Now Korea looking to put that ball into board. Good option with space, but decently done by Philippines. With an option to get out of jail inside their own half in the red zone. The Philippines, not the best of passes, and that will be an interesting call from the referee, and he will go up to the TMO.
South Korea really up the ante here.
Stand by, Craig.
Here's a replay of that. It's TMO referral. Ledesma dropping that ball back. Here's another angle for the TMO. Running onto that ball there was Jun Wook Kim.
Knock on. Yeah, thank you guys. Craig, I have a decision. No try, the ball is knocked on by White, so restart with a 5-metre scrum.
TMO has made his decision. The ball has been knocked on in goal by Jung Wook Kim, so it will be a 5-metre scrum for the Philippines.
Clear the hook. Okay. Come back on, please. Crouch. Fine. Set. Stay.
Here's the Philippines. Need to exit well, but oh, what a piece of defense there. Coming in from Bing Hyun Moon, scoring the try for South Korea. Denied previously, Kim was
Korea,
denied,
outside, please.
but Moon scores the try for South Korea.
Did probably against the run of play. South Korea were in the Philippines red zone, and an elated outfit who draws first blood. That will be a very important score. Not the best of feelings, I think. Possibly conditions coming into play there a bit. We've had some showers, some brief showers, but it's been quite consistent It hasn't stopped and probably will get heavier as the night goes on. And now yet another fumble, this time from South Korea.
Offside.
Knock on and a man in front there. So Imosi Labati takes the quick tap. Here's the Philippines now. Good little offload coming in there from the Philippines, and now
Backwards,
Big hands.
always backwards.
knock back is the call from the referee, and the Philippines running away with it. South Korean defense holding up here.
And it's out.
And this is going to be the try.
Philippine. Yep, he wants it, that's fine.
5-all here. South Korea score a try there. It's their number 8 who scores that try. Ji Kol Kim.
You've got 20 seconds. Just wait. Wait for my whistle.
Small mistake on our part previously, but the scores will remain the same. 5-all. Mistook the Philippines who scored that first try. It was South Korea who just scored the try. Apologies from our end. South Korea were in the white strip previously, so we apologize for that as Jae-wook Park takes it for South Korea. Holding on is the call. Here's the ball with the Philippines. It's Kai Christian Ledesma now. Now attacking the line. Good pace shown by the Philippines. Ryan Mitchell takes it forward, and now a little bit of an overlap on the outside. Here's an offload coming in to the hands of Edlin, and that's going to be another score. Kai Christian Ledesma for the Philippines, scoring a try. The Philippines have not struck once, but have struck twice. With 2 minutes to go till half-time, the Philippines are well and truly in this game. Kai Christian Ledesma scores his first try in this leg.
Indeed, they really needed that score after South Korea coming from behind and equalizing things. But this time around, Philippines have done themselves a big favor and gets the add-ons as well as the rain just picks up here in Colombo. It's 12 points to 5 in favor of the Philippines. A good offload gives that big man his first try in the game right under the post. He goes and converts the try himself as well. As the rain just gets heavy out here in Colombo. The next few games will surely be quite tricky for both teams.
Taekyun Kim there had to release the ball. Good work at the breakdown from Michael Moses, who takes it quickly, gives it to the try scorer Ledesma. Here's the ball now with Henry, but the defense comes up for
Wait for my mark, please.
the South Koreans a bit too eagerly,
Back.
so they have to drop back the 10 meters.
Come cool.
South Korea really haven't looked like the South Korea we know them to be. They've already really established themselves in this Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. They were the runners-up in 2021 and 2022. But teams like Hong Kong and Japan have really come to the fore, Reshwan. Of course, Sri Lanka have really made a name for themselves in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 circuit, dropping down powerhouses like South Korea.
Indeed, Sri Lanka did play quite well in that China leg as well. And as we speak, it's Philippines who go over Kautai for yet another try for them, as they are really putting this South Korean outfit
Both
into
side, not one side
a
going
big
forward.
test.
Both
His
sides, left and right.
second try for the day,
Yes,
and that will be a very important try, as
You've got 15
we're moments away from that halftime break. It's 17 points to 5 and a 12-point cushion with the conversion to follow for the Philippines. makes no mistake with the add-ons. Make it 19 points to 5 as South Korea will have to come from behind with 2 converted tries to get back into this game and level terms with the Philippines. It's 19 points to 5 at the halftime break in favor of the Philippines.
From scrum? Okay, have a look. Yeah.
Philippines had a really good first half. South Korea were only able to get the one solitary try. This was the try that came in from the number 10 from Philippines. Henry, we got his name wrong on the live. We apologize for that, but South Korea came back with a score through Ji Kwol Kim. But then after that, it was all the Philippines. They were very slick with ball in hand. This is a very important game for the Philippines as well. They need to bridge a points difference gap if they are to get into the cup segment and play in the top 4. Important game for them. We'll want to try and get as many points as possible, but the next game coming our way is a Pool A fixture. Hong Kong, China taking on Malaysia, and that should be an interesting one. With the weather conditions, Reshwan, anything could happen in that game.
Indeed, we did discuss that early on in the day. That as the day progresses, when the rains come down, you could probably see one of those upsets coming. Hong Kong, China, who finished first in that China leg, will play Malaysia, who really haven't been at their best, but still have an opportunity to try and make amends against a much favoured Hong Kong outfit.
Philippines, they really do know what the drill has to be. They need to get as many points as possible here. We keep on repeating this because it's just the 3 pools and the 3 groups that we have in the men's segment and the women's segment. So the top teams of each group will go through into the top division, where there is 1 space for a team that places second, and points difference is what will come into play. Here's South Korea. Yoon Tak Hwang gives it to Tai Kyun Him and looked a bit high on first viewing, but coming through the sides is a call, so it'll be the penalty for the Philippines. Happy spectator for the Philippines, very anxious as well there. 19 points to 5, Reshwan.
Indeed, a healthy lead for the Philippines, a 14-point cushion with around 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Philippines just shuffling the pack around, bringing on 2 changes. I think these changes will really make a difference as the game goes on. In conditions like this, holding on to that rugby ball will well and surely be a big challenge. There's now a good feed in from the Philippines number 10, who opts to go on his own, gives that offload to the number 2, and this is brilliant rugby from Philippines, just picking up from where they left off in that first half. Ethan Tyler goes over for the Philippines as they increase their 19 points to 24 points. And with that try, I think South Korea have a mountain to climb.
Important conversion in the context of this second leg. Doesn't go through, so it will remain 24 points to 5. Here's a replay of that try there from the Philippines. Good running line coming in from Jason Kale before giving in the offload to Ethan Tyler to score that try.
Korea 2. 10 seconds after my whistle is on. Hey, let's go.
Philippines with the restart. This time around just waiting that 10-meter mark, so done well from Philippines. Still managed to keep hold of position. Taking it quickly once again. Long cutout pass. Puts in that kick to space. South Korea under pressure in the red zone. Will have to run from their own try line. And that will be an interesting call from the referee.
You can't hold on to the player and drag him down.
And he goes into the pockets. And Philippines, this might be a huge moment in this campaign. As Jason will spend 2 minutes in the sin bin. And is this an opportunity for South Korea to try and hit back? Opts to find touch, and this time around gains some meters. Philippines will have to defend well and try not to concede.
Filipino on my right. Time is off. All right. 1.
Close to 2.5 minutes remaining on our clock.
No. All right, ready.
Philippines have won one game and lost one game. They did go down to Hong Kong, China, 33 points to 12 early on in the day. They did beat Malaysia quite convincingly, 26 points to 14. So as Abid mentioned, that second spot, this best second place, will find themselves in that cup segment semi-finals. So this passage of play will be quite important for the Philippines if they are to be front runners to be the best second. Can South Korea just spoil the party for the Philippines? With a man up, still haven't managed to get into the opposition half.
Good line speed coming in there from the Philippines. Really put the doubt in the minds of the South Koreans. But a little chip ahead from Jin Yong Lee. And he will score the try for South Korea. Little scrappy from them. But they'll take the try nonetheless. Little jab ahead. I thought the defense from the Philippines. It's always a risk when you leave your position in defense and shoot up. It could work, it could not work. But for the Philippines, it worked momentarily. But Jin Yong Lee had a little too much class. Put the ball into space there. And a try that will save the blushers for the South Koreans, just to bridge that gap a little bit better, a little bit closer rather. It looks a bit better. 24 points to 12. 1 minute remaining on our clock.
Indeed, game well and surely out of reach for South Korea. Will suffer that third defeat in the campaign. But can they just end this game on a high and just probably spoil the party for the Philippines, who have really shown some grit throughout this day number 1 of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series second leg.
Changes for South Korea. Jae-wook Park has finished his stint on the park.
It's crouch. Ball.
The Philippines
Set.
need to be careful here in defense. It's points difference. It's not just points against. So they need to defend and defend with all their might. But another little chip kick coming in from Jin Yong Lee.
Not an advantage.
Unable to collect on that occasion. And it's a knock on from him. Extremely lucky for the Philippines. But extremely unlucky for Jin Yong Lee not to get a second try there.
Indeed, South Korea would have had an opportunity to try and end this day 1 on a positive note.
Fine.
But the bounce of the rugby ball just not helping the cause for the South Koreans. But nevertheless, now Philippines looking to get out of jail. Will want to try and finish with a score here. They'll have to do it the hard way. and run it from their own red zone, but a penalty won by South Korea, who goes over, and that will be an important try. Sebin Lee scores for South Korea.
Philippine outside 22, please.
Tad bit too late for the South Koreans, but well and surely will spoil the party for the Philippines. Time will tell us that, how important that score from Sebin Lee will be for the Philippines. Game done and dusted. A valiant effort from South Korea goes in vain, but showed plenty of heart in the latter part. Just the 5 points between the two sides. 24 points to 19 victory for Philippines. As you see the full-time score confirmation, the Philippines are walking away with the win.
The highlights of the second half there. That was the first score coming in from the Philippines through Ethan Tyler. Good offload from Jason Kale, but then this try from Jin Yong Park really came to the party. Almost scored another try, but now an important fixture coming up. Hong Kong taking on Malaysia. That's going to be an interesting one, Reshwan. Final game for these two teams for this day. It's been a long day for all of us, for the players, and of course us, the broadcasters, the referees in the middle, and all the match officials, everyone involved. We've been able to bring you the live telecast on the Papare. Extremely privileged that we can bring it to an international audience with just a couple of more games to go today, and then going down to the business end tomorrow. Extremely privileged to bring you the pictures. Here's Hong Kong China through Matthew Richard. Alessandro Nardoni has been a strong ball carrier for them right throughout the day. Keeps the ball alive for Hong Kong China, and what a pass, very well floated. Johnny Esono has a man to beat. What a tackle coming in there as well from Ammar. Has been a good defender, but hasn't defended that well enough. The Malaysians have given a try to James Christie.
Indeed, as expected, Hong Kong China drawing first blood. And Malaysia will have to work really hard to try and go through this Hong Kong China defense.
10 seconds.
With the conversion to follow. Conversion doesn't go through, so score will remain at 5 points to nil. Malaysia will be quite a battle for them to try and beat this Hong Kong China defense, but with the conditions just not so friendly. It was James Christie who went over for Hong Kong China as they draw first blood. Injury concerned player out there for Hong Kong China as well, who had a run in the far end. The rain has got more heavier out here in Colombo, and he looks quite disappointed, and not the way to end his campaign on day one. Esono will be quite disappointed, but now Hong Kong China once again. Richard gives it out to Christie. He's been gang tackled by two Malaysian defenders, but now once again taken it quickly. Hong Kong. It's another cutout pass, a long cutout pass, and that will be bread and butter stuff for Max, who goes over for yet another try for Hong Kong China as they increase their points to 10 points. As expected, Hong Kong China running away with it quite early on.
Captain getting a try there for Hong Kong, China. The number 4 jumper there. Jack Combs doesn't make good connection there, so it will remain 10 points to nil. Here's a replay of that try. Nardoni has really done well with those cutout passes. The game of sevens rugby, it's important that you identify where the space is. It's one thing to identify the space, but it's another thing to get the ball to the space. And Hong Kong, China have done that very well. And at the restart, they've been even better. Here's the ball for Jack Combs. Little bit of a dummy there from Matthew Richard, but well marshalled in the end by Mohammad Hafizi for Malaysia. Here's Callum McCullough, still on the move. Gives it out to Christie, who looks to shrug off the Malaysian defense, but they hold on to him, so he's brought down to ground. Patient stuff from Hong Kong, China. Now injecting the pace in the corner is Liam Herbert. Very happy to swing it from side to side, and when you swing it from side to side, that's exactly what's going to happen. Alessandro Nardoni goes over for the third score for Hong Kong, China in that number 2 jumper. Stretching the Malaysian defense. Hong Kong, China really showing all our viewers as to how sevens rugby has to be played.
Indeed, coming into this Sri Lanka leg with plenty of positives. They did win up in China, and just continuing the good work out here in Colombo as well. Long cutout pass which led to that try. At the end it was quite comfortable for Hong Kong, China, who registers yet another try. 17 points to nil.
Brenby for Malaysia. Get out of there, 22 now. Do the Malaysians. Fantastic footballing skills there from Max Denmark to boot it back, but now they need the pace here. Do Malaysia, and they have got the pace. Here's a one-on-one. Who is going to win that battle? Is it going to be Harith Iqbal? But Liam Herbert does well in defense, brings him down and wins the ball back off the turf. Now running across the field of play. Fatigue setting in for Hong Kong, China. And watch him inject pace into this game. Good defense once again coming in from Malaysia. Nardoni takes the ball to ground. Now Liam Herbert, after that defensive performance, with ball in hand now in attack, looking to spin Ammar from side to side, and gives the ball to Matthew Richard, who will stroll over to score the try. Well, for that score, H1, you really have to take your hat off to that man in the number 13 jersey, Liam Herbert, for Hong Kong, China, in defense and in attack. He's really showed his class here. Another try for Hong Kong, China.
Indeed, Hong Kong, China just too good for Malaysia. 22 points up as the kick was not successful. Just bread and butter stuff for this Hong Kong outfit. They have really had quite a day out here in Colombo, just picking up from where they left off in China and continuing the good work. Nevertheless, looks like that kick has gone through. It's 24 points to nil. Good restart kick, and this will be probably yet another score for Hong Kong, China. Indeed it will be. Liam Herbert running away with the game. Hong Kong 29 points to nothing as Malaysia looking quite off colour. Liam Herbert's fourth try in this leg, and he's been one of the standout performers for Hong Kong China.
And he's really been calling the shots there, and that conversion is successful. So it's 31 points to nil. Hong Kong China have really put on a show here in their last fixture. Their third game of the day, they comprehensively blew away Indonesia 73 points to nil, and then a 69 points to nil victory. And now at half time, it is 31 points to nil against Malaysia.
Welcome back. It's been tough going for Malaysia. As we take a look at some highlights from that first half. Tries did gallo for Hong Kong. From the word go, they absolutely dominated proceedings. Majority of this game, they were in the red zone of Malaysia. And it was just too easy for this champion side, the Hong Kong China outfit, who are really justifying their performance up from China and continuing the good work out here in Colombo as well.
Well, that final restart that was tapped back, Malaysia had absolutely no clue where that ball was going to. Coming up next, Chinese Taipei taking on Thailand. Pool B fixture there. 4 more games remaining after this one. So stay tuned to the Papare for the action of those games. Penalty coming the way of Malaysia. Here's an opportunity for them to score 10 meters away from the line now. Space on the out for the Malaysians. And it's dotted down in the corner. Mohammad Shah Izwan is the try scorer for Malaysia.
Just what Malaysia would have wanted coming in this second half. I've got a score win. A tough kick to follow for Malaysia, but nevertheless still a score. Try and work with. Well, and surely a mountain to climb against this Hong Kong outfit. Conversion doesn't go through. It will remain at 31 points to 5 in favour of Hong Kong. But Malaysia have drawn first blood in this second half.
Well, you really have to commend the Malaysians for their effort, don't you, Reshwan? They've been a very good defensive outfit. You have to disregard this score because Hong Kong China is a classy outfit, a world-class outfit. But they've really been on top of their game when it comes to defense. Just a couple of lapses in concentration has opened the doors for their oppositions to run riot like Hong Kong China is doing right now. Here's the ball for Fong Ki Fang, who takes it on and goes onto the 50-meter line. Here's Brian Phillips assessing his options. Takes the option of Harry Sayers, who comes in on the angle. Looking for an offload there, but snapped up by Azwan Zuhairi. Here's Malaysia. Holding on is the call there. A little bit of a touch and go call there, but it's given a penalty for Hong Kong China. And now they have a chance to run around 60 meters and score a try. Just the one man in defense for Malaysia. But nothing he can do to stop Brian Phillips from going over to score a try.
Did a brilliant run absolutely toyed with that Malaysian defender. And he converts his own try as well. Second try for Brian Phillips in this leg. And it's 38 points to 5 in favour of Hong Kong, China. Brilliant work from the champions. And they have really justified that champion tagline with a convincing performance in the day one of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025. The Sri Lankan leg out here in Colombo. Once again Malaysia looking to put that ball into some space. It's a foot race between Malaysia and Hong Kong, and another boot in it, and that will be Malaysia is one who wins that race, and he touches down for Malaysia's second try. 38 points to 10 reads the scoreline, and Malaysia showing plenty of heart and really wanting to try and get more scores in.
Malaysia have used the option of the boot to good effect so far in this game and in this leg of the 7 series. Conversion is not successful, so it will remain 38 points to 10. Here's a replay of that try there. That was a first kick forward from Mohammad Shah Izwan, and then had to outpace Callum McCullough from Hong Kong. Here's Malaysia with the restart. This time a restart that is very contestable. They haven't taken their foot off the gas here, Reshwan. They want to stay in this contest. Amar Siamim there for Malaysia. They're still in this game, aren't they? They might be losing it on the score sheet, but their hearts are still in this game.
Indeed, they're showing a good character, this Malaysian outfit. They would want to try and end this game on a high and take plenty of positives for tomorrow, even though they might be out of contention for that cup segment. But still, once again, it was Hong Kong China now doing some sweeping work. Forward pass, and an easy decision for the referee, as it will be a penalty in favour of Malaysia with around a minute left on our clock. Some changes coming in for Malaysia. "38 points to 10 reads the scoreline, but Malaysia well and surely shown plenty of heart coming into this second half. They went into that break without any score, but will end this game with some positives as we speak now. Once again with an opportunity, Malaysia to try and go over the whitewash, but this defence have really been up to the mark. Hong Kong China have just conceded the 22 points throughout this day number 1. Now once again taking it quickly. Infringement against Hong Kong China, as the Malaysia player will have to come back and take it from the right spot. Malaysia opting for a scrum. Approaching that full-time whistle, Abid. The Hong Kong China might be the team to beat. They have really shown class throughout this day number 1.
Last set piece of this game, most probably. Oh, that's something. Just have a look at that. What's happening right there? That's something that referees don't often spot in sevens rugby. You have to bind the player that is in the middle. What teams generally do is they just bind from the two sides so that the player in the middle can break off as soon as possible. But well spotted there by the referee. Not something that all sevens referees spot. And here's a chance for Malaysia to go for another try, is it? That grubber option is an option that they've taken to good effect.
Yeah, we are checking for you. Can you just show us the grounding, all angles you have, please?
Here's a look at the grounding there. It's Amar Siamim. Here's the other angle of that try. No try is the call from the referee, and that's full time, so it's knocked on. In goal, no try, and a victory for Hong Kong, China. A good performance from Malaysia. You really have to take your hat off to them in that second half. They really came back, maybe not to beat Hong Kong, but to pose a threat to the champions of the first leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series. Hong Kong, China winning this one 38 points to 10.
Indeed, it doesn't get more convincing for Hong Kong, China. But nevertheless, a very spirited second half performance from this Malaysian outfit. They scored twice and scored two good tries. But Hong Kong, China were just too good. But still, plenty of positives for Malaysia to take and come back well tomorrow. Hong Kong, China will finish first in that group and secure a spot in the Cup segment semi-final. As we have the next game coming up between Chinese Taipei and Thailand, and a change of voices in the comm box.
It looks like it's going to be Chinese Taipei who will start proceedings against Thailand. Both teams though have struggled thus far in this tournament, and want to get a win just before they go into the business end of the games tomorrow. Thailand in possession, trying to launch an attack. Taipei in there. Quick recycle ball by Thailand. Got to keep in mind that it's pretty dreadful conditions here at the race course in terms of the weather, the underfoot conditions. And Taipei have managed to get a penalty. They've taken the quick tap. Quick recycle ball. Looks like Taipei will be able to go not just short. So is there a double movement? Was the grounding clear? That's the question. We are going to have a referral. So it seems like they just want to have a look at the grounding. Is there a double movement as well? It looks like momentum had carried him over.
Right.
Looks like there is a request for another angle.
Ball was grounded.
Don't think this would quite suffice.
So you may award a try.
Means it should be a score.
Try. You can award a try.
Yes, it is. So it's Chinese Taipei who draw first blood.
There's some good stuff from Chinese Taipei on that occasion. Managed to pin back Thailand inside their own 22 turnover possession, and a close call before awarding the try, but I feel that was the right call, Abdullah. Like you were saying, the momentum was with the Chinese Taipei player, and his side takes an early advantage. It's 5 points to nothing after the first 1.5 minutes.
So the rain has definitely picked up here at the race course.
Try scored there by Zhong Han Chian for Chinese Taipei. And now it's really pelting down here in the race course, isn't it, Abdullah? It's been quite difficult to play out there for these players, but here's the number 3 for Thailand, trying to wriggle through, drawing the penalty. His side have to play from behind, and especially in these underfoot conditions, what helps the cause of Chinese Taipei is they are in the advantage, so they can just afford to probably sit back a bit and try and manage this game, because in these conditions trying to move forward can be risky at times.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how the teams adjust to these conditions. Probably the more traditional way they'd like to play servants will probably have to adjust. Don't think they can throw those long ranging passes in this weather. They'll probably need to stand a little bit closer, be a bit more patient, create recycle ball as much as possible before deciding to go wide. So Thailand with the feed, good clean scrum ball, spreading the ball out wide. So far, Taipei defense hanging in there. Recycle position once again. Just trying a few wraparound moves. Still holding on to position. Once again, recycle ball. Have to say that the Taipei defensive line is standing quite well, but they've slipped a tackle or two. Again, it's a loose pass. And Taipei unfortunately have lost possession just when they've done all the hard work defensively. Pretty unfortunate from Taipei's point of view.
Yes, I can't blame the player there, can you, Abdullah? Conditions are to be blamed for that one, I believe. But it's a good opportunity now for Thailand inside the Chinese Taipei red zone for the first time in this game and in this half. Have a scrum in their favour. They'll be hoping they can make an attack of note from this. Opts to go to the blind side. Here's the number 6. Tries to show and go. Gets caught in a high shot in the process. Ran out of room, so now swinging it from right to left. Thailand makes the half break. Does imprompt. Have that overlap on the outside. Finds the man on the outside, and Thailand will run round to equalize with the conversion to come. Well worked try there, and it's Pirapol Chukron, who'll take the credit for that. But that, you have to say, is a well-worked team try from Thailand.
Absolutely, and given the conditions, I thought the skill level was quite outstanding. Managed to hold on to the ball. The running players were running straight lines as well, which makes hitting your mark in terms of the pass so much more easier. Conversion is successful, so Thailand go into the lead. As we approach the final 90 seconds of this first half, as you look at the replay of that try, see that the phases they created resulted in Taipei's defense becoming extremely narrow, and that just created a bit of space out wide, for which Thailand did extremely well to exploit.
It's an off kick-off once again. Ball has fallen kindly for Thailand. Still a bit of time left in this first half. Puts in the grubber. No one sweeping back for Chinese Taipei. And he'll go over. Brilliant try from Pao Do for Thailand. You have to say that's a moment of individual brilliance. Spotted that no one was back sweeping for Chinese Taipei, and I don't think in these conditions they would have expected a grubber like this to come in. But it was Pao Do that was aware to it. Collects his second try of the tournament so far. And it's now Thailand with their noses in front.
Yes, well, it's a tactic that I feel a lot of teams are not exploiting enough, because a lot of teams prefer nowadays to play without the sweeper, which always creates space at the back of the first line of defense. Good clean collection by Taipei. Will they be able to go all the way? Nice switch pass, unfortunately losing the ground, rather losing his footing. Taipei though have done well to retain possession. Taipei have players out wide, but someone's got to hit the line, run straight, and it's their number 6 who does that. It's Su going under the post on the stroke of half time. It's a timely try for the Taipei lads. It's 10 points to 14 with the conversion to come.
Yes, good stuff there from Chinese Taipei. Straight from kickoff managed to win the ball. And it's Kai Shei Su that goes over and makes it a 2-point game as the referee blows for lemons. So quite an interesting clash this at a rainy race course between Chinese Taipei and Thailand. And we'll have your halftime confirmation there. It's 14 points to 12, just a solitary conversion that see Thailand with their noses in front here at the race course. So we're back at the race course for the second half action in this clash between Chinese Taipei and Thailand. It was a pretty seesaw affair in the first half. Chinese Taipei went over in the opening exchanges, and then a couple of back-to-back scores from Thailand. This was the first one. A lovely team move, and then a moment of individual brilliance from the number 6. Exploited Chinese Taipei not having a sweeper in place, and then this try to close out the half. Gaps opening up in the Thai defense, and exploited beautifully by Kai Che Su to make it a 2-point game at Lemons. And up next, another entertaining affair between Japan and the United Arab Emirates. That clash from Group B here at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. An absolute privilege as well to bring you all these live pictures from the Colombo Racecourse tournament, making its return to Sri Lankan shores after a lapse of 8 years. Miss Chinese Taipei with the early penalty. Shows and goes does Su. Has a man on the outside. Tries to go by himself. Ball was loose at that ruck for a moment, but Chinese Taipei doing well to keep ball at hand. Trying to spread the defense of Thailand. Gets that inside ball in. Lovely offloading. Pass unfortunately not going to hand. But certainly asking a few questions are Chinese Taipei at the start of this second half. But a wayward pass sees them lose a few meters, and the turf isn't helping them either. Managed to win the ball at the breakdown to Thailand, and taken quickly by the number 6. He's been pulling the strings in midfield for Thailand, brings them to the edge of the 5-meter line. It looks like the referee will reach into his pocket for a high shot.
Yes, that was a bit cynical by Taipei, under a bit of stress. And looks like a penalty try has been awarded, Nathan. So Thailand gets 7 points and they're going to a 14 points to 12 lead. Yes, it is a penalty try, so we will come back for a restart.
Yes, 21 points to 12 now in favor of Thailand. And you have to say, probably the right call from the referee as well. It looked like Mu Pao Do was clean on goal there, had he not been caught in that high shot. And it's Thailand now restoring that 2-score advantage. As you take a look at the replay there, Pao Do taking that penalty quickly, and yes, if it weren't for that hit, probably would have gone over right under the post. So a correct call at the end to award the penalty try. And unfortunately for Chinese Taipei, one of their players given his marching orders as well.
So Thailand restart proceedings. It's now 21 points to 12 in favor of the Thais. So Taipei with a bit of work to do. Good strong run by Taipei's number 5.
Offside.
Offside is the call. Chinese Taipei take the quick tap. Tries a pretty aimless kick ahead. Not successful at all. So Thailand have managed to retain possession. They recycle it. Spread it out wide. Not the best of passes, but well controlled by their number 3. Warding off a couple of defenders. It's Bachara who made that strong run, and now they've turned possession over, but referee calls them back for an offside infringement. So it'll be a penalty in favor of the Thais. They'll now just try and slow the game down a bit.
Come on.
Yes, have the ascendancy do Thailand. Will use this time to probably look to their bench, bring on some of their finishers, see this one out, and come back with fresh legs tomorrow. Chinese Taipei, though, his entire attack for Thailand started with that aimless kick of theirs that went to no one, and probably was a good opportunity for them to try and pull one back, but it's Thailand that will restart with a scrum right on the edge of the Chinese Taipei 22. Still,
yes, it's interesting you're talking about aimless kicking, but one person who really executed a brilliant kick was Pao Do of Thailand in that first half. Just identified the space behind the first line of defense. It was a well-controlled grubber, which he followed up brilliantly to score that try. So Thailand have now asked for a scrum. Just trying to run the clock down. Taipei will need to score twice if they are to get back into this game. There's still ample time, but they've got to ensure that they control possession if they want to do so. So it's Thailand with the feed. Good clean ball. To getting it out. There's a pass that just didn't go to hand. So it's a knock on. I think the teams have just got to be a little bit smarter in these conditions, isn't it, Nathan? They're just yet forming the way they would if conditions were dry. You just probably need to try and get a little bit closer to each other, because these long-ranging passes in these conditions just won't work when you are under pressure from a defensive line that's rushing up to you.
Yes, certainly, Abdullah, and especially considering the position that Thailand are in as well, there was absolutely no need to look for that Hail Mary pass out wide onto the right. And what that's done is it ended up in Thailand conceding the scrum. And now giving Chinese Taipei another opportunity to try and spark something here. Tries to show and go. Ball was loose once again at the ruck, but it's Chinese Taipei keeping the ball at hand. Chinese Taipei look lost for options at the moment. And Thailand have done well to close them down and win the penalty. And looks like a yellow card has been shown to another Chinese Taipei player there, probably for kicking that ball away. Thailand were looking to take the quick tap, and he's been given his marching orders, so not the optimal position to be in for Chinese Taipei, and a let off, you could say, for Thailand, who have another opportunity now to just manage these last 2 minutes and head into action tomorrow.
Yes, it's an uphill task now for Taiwan. Just under 2 minutes to go. They're down 9 points and down a player as well, so it's looking pretty ominous for Chinese Taipei, as Thailand looking to seal this game. Strong run by their wing three-quarter. They've done well to retain position. So it's a 5-meter penalty. Taken the cap. Will they go on the short side? Do does decide to do so. And it'll be the fourth try. Yupon Improm goes over for a try which would, you'd have to say, pretty much seal this game in favor of the Thais. 26 points to 12. It was pretty close until half-time, but in the second half, Thailand eventually running away with the game, using their physicality to good effect in these conditions. Conditions not easy to play in, but you'd have to say Thailand have probably adapted slightly better than what Taiwan would have done. As you have a look at that try once again. Improm yet had a bit of work to do. Stepped in from his right foot and before going over.
Yes, I'm saying this game was really close at the break. It was just 14 points to 12 as Thailand have an interesting restart from them all along the ground. And now another kick ahead from the number 2. It's a foot race now for the try line, and left that retreating defender with absolutely no option but to kick it out of the in-goal area. So Thailand, despite the wet conditions, have been using their kicks to good effect, isn't it?
Yes, and as I was mentioning before as well, with a lot of teams liking to use all their players up in the first line of defense, there's always an opportunity behind that, should it be a well calculated kick. and chased as well. So though it's been a real live wire for this Taiwan outfit, or rather Taipei, pardon me, Thailand outfit. And Taiwan very nearly having an opportunity to get a try, but unable to control the ball. And since it's gone into touch, referee has called half-time, or rather full-time, pardon me. And it's a resounding victory for Thailand in the end. 26 points to 12. Looked pretty close at half-time, but in the second half, Thailand just having a bit too much for this Taipei outfit.
Yes, did all the scoring in that second half, did Thailand. Couple of tries, and there you have your full-time confirmation. 26 points to 12. Yes, Thailand will finish second place in this group. Take a look at the second half highlights. Pao Do once again making things happen in midfield. That was a penalty try in favor of Thailand. And then this was the icing on the cake. Won a penalty on 5 meters, and then it was pretty simple stuff on the blind side as their wing 3 went over for the try. And up next, one of the tournament favourites, Japan, taking on United Arab Emirates in what promises to be another close affair. UAE, though, probably haven't had the tournament that they would have hoped for coming into this. Could say a shock defeat at the hands of Thailand that finished 17 points to 5. And it will be no mean feat to try and get a victory over this very strong Japanese outfit.
So Japan on the move, breaking a couple of tackles. Nice offload, but that was a pretty reckless challenge. High tackle, probably lucky to get away without a card. Japan though, moving the ball wide. That's got to be forward, or not. Referee deciding that it was okay. So Japan draw first blood. Probably felt that when the ball left the hand, it was okay, and it drifted in front. It's the only explanation we would probably give. So it's Japan who draws first blood, 5 points to 0. Conversion is successful. So really good work by the Japanese outfit in these wet conditions. Showed good composure when they spread the ball out wide.
Yes, and some of those passes from Japan, looks like the wet ball isn't affecting them at all, isn't it, Abdullah? Not afraid to attempt those passes, and now here's a foot race to the try line for Japan, and that momentum will just carry Jone Nabatalevu over for the second try. And you have to say that's a lottery try for the Japanese.
Yes, but good skill really to understand the conditions. He realized with the momentum he's going, all he needed to do is ensure he secures the ball, and the speed at which he came and dived, he would be able to slide over, which is exactly what happened.
Yes, so now 14 points to nothing in favor of the Japanese. And something we have to touch on this Japan outfit as well is the conversions. Haruhiko Uemura and Toma Shiwachi share in the kicking duties, and they've managed to convert most of their tries. Managed to convert 9 out of 10 tries in one of their earlier games. And that is a facet of the game that becomes crucial in sevens rugby, especially come those crunch games in the second round.
Advantage.
So good counter ruck by the Japanese, but there's no advantage for that knock on.
Scrum.
So the comeback for the scrum, bit of a reprieve for the UAE team.
Yeah. Well.
It's going to be interesting to see the options they will use from here. Will they want to play territory? Spreading the ball in these wet conditions is no easy task. The ball is fed in. Not fed in properly seems to be the call, so we'll have a retake of the scrum.
Crouch!
UAE with the feed. This time good pressure applied by the Japanese scrum half. So possession has been turned over and looks like it's a try for the Japanese. It's the number 13, Jisoo Lee, going over. So that was some good pressure applied by the Japanese on the UAE outfit.
And the conversion is through as well, so 21 points to nothing. Still just under 3 minutes left to play in this first half. It's looking pretty easy for the Japanese at the moment. Wet ball doesn't seem to be affecting them. And after some good pressure at the scrum down, managed to latch on to the loose ball and go over for their third try. And a good kickoff as well, collected nicely by Nabatalevu. Takes play to the 40 meters. And now swinging it to their 3/4 are the Japanese. Steps inside, does the number 6. Lovely support in line, gets the offload in. Needs one more man. Wins the penalty. And now just a matter of dotting this one down, and Japan go over for their fourth try. Looking all too easy for them at the moment. Right from kickoff, had all the momentum going their way, and a couple of phases later, it's Tomu Takamoto that touches down for their fourth try.
Yes, well, what's impressive about this Japanese performance is the pace at which they are playing, given the conditions. The ball handling has been brilliant. They're doing everything at pace, which is making life very difficult in terms of defense for the UAE team. Still over a minute to go in this first half, and they're already 26 points to nil ahead. It's just the pace at which they play, isn't it, Nathan? It's very hard to contain that. It really needs to be admired, because doing it in these conditions, have to have exceptional skill.
Yes, certainly playing like a champion side at the moment are Japan, but here's UAE with the chance to launch their first attack of this game. Got a couple of offloads in, but just not enough support for them, and now turning defense into attack are Japan. Needs to step past that last man, just getting caught in the turf, but his mate is there running the support in line. And here's Haruhiko Umeru, who goes over for the fifth try. And we were just speaking about the pace at which this Japanese outfit played this game, Abdullah. All they needed was a sniff. All they needed was that slight fumble in attack from the UAE. And they shot right up the pitch to dot down for their fifth.
Yes, well, the ability of them to turn defense into attack is brilliant. And the more you can do that, the greater chance you have to optimize turnover position. Conversion is successful, so still in the first half, and
Japanese comfortably ahead, 31 points to nil.
It's just an exhibition of how to be ruthless, not to give a sniff to your opponent. The way they have maintained their intensity over this 7 minutes has been brilliant, and looks like referee has called half-time. So at half-time, it's 33 points to nil in favor of the Japanese.
Yes, your half-time confirmation. There are 5 tries for Japan, who are comfortably ahead of the UAE. So welcome back to the race course. As it looks like both teams have been instructed to head back into the sheds. But for the moment, we'll take a look at the first half highlights there. 5-star first half from the Japanese and 5 tries to go along with it. Some brilliant stuff from them. In the UAE, absolutely no answers to some of these plays from the Japanese. Simply outclassed in that first half. This was the 5th try just to take both these teams into lemons, coming in from Haruhiko Muera. Yes, and the official word is that there is thunder about here at the racecourse, so play has been halted for the moment. So we'll head into a short commercial break, but we'll have more action very shortly.
another sweeper. Another try!
From Hangzhou to Colombo, 15 nations, 24 teams. The Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Series sets the stage for the best of sevens rugby.
Asia Rugby is more than 500,000 players, coaches, and organizers experiencing the game in this multicultural region. Established in 1968, Asia Rugby has expanded from 8 founding countries to more than 36 member unions, spanning Lebanon in the west to Guam in the east, Kazakhstan in the north, to Indonesia in the south. Home to more than half the world's population and an incredible 80% of its youth, Asia Rugby has grown from holding just one tournament every 2 years
the women's segment, losing 10 points to 22 to Singapore. And to round things off, Thailand getting a good win over Hong Kong, 17 points to 5.
Yes, pretty unfortunate that the host nation Sri Lanka couldn't get up on the board today. As we have a look at the results in the men's segment, Malaysia 19 points to 7 win over South Korea. Hong Kong, China 33 to 12 over the Philippines. 26 points to 14 victory for UAE over Chinese Taipei. And a 47-0 comfortable victory for Japan. Sri Lanka, the hosts in their first game, 26 points to 14 over Uzbekistan. China 24 points to 0 over Indonesia. And then the Philippines 26 points to 14 win over Malaysia. And a blowout 50-0 win for Hong Kong, China over South Korea. And Thailand with an upset win over the United Arab Emirates, 17 points to 5. 68 points to 0 win for Japan, our biggest win of today in the men's segment. And Sri Lanka 22 points to 5 over Singapore. 29 points to 0 win for China over Uzbekistan. And a close game, 24 points to 19. It ended between the Philippines and South Korea. And Hong Kong, China with their third win in 3, 38 points to 10 over Malaysia. Thailand with a 26 points to 12 victory over Chinese Taipei, and that's when play was interrupted in that game between Japan and the United Arab Emirates, 33 points to 0 at halftime. And our last two games of the day, Uzbekistan versus Singapore and China versus Sri Lanka, we were unable to play due to the inclement weather. Yes, and those two games have been carried forward into tomorrow's proceedings. There'll be matches will be starting at 9 a.m. and live coverage will start at 8:45 a.m. local time at the Racecourse Grounds in Colombo. And with that being said, folks, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing you these pictures on day one of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series second leg in Sri Lanka after a lapse of 8 years on the official broadcasting partner for the tournament, the Papare. So with that being said, it's Nathan Coggins and Abdullah Yusuf signing off on behalf of the entire commentary, technical and production team. We'll catch you all tomorrow.